Нужны будут там наушники для синхронного перевода? Нормально? Хорошо?
Okay, 1 2 1 2. Altas Shukanovic, maybe we should start. Good day, dear guests, our colleagues. Today we are happy to see you during our conference, and today's our conference subject is the financial data and artificial intelligence. And this event is organized by the EPAM and Kazakhstan real estate company, and we had covered so many topics, but the main one is that digital mortgage and how can generate that, and and uh, and the Kazakhstan financial and the real estate company has joined their efforts to organize this project and how we can implement that. And today's our project is very productive, and I hope that we will have a very efficient event. Thank you very much for all, dear guests, dear friends. I'm happy to welcome you during our conference, and this conference is related to the financial and artificial intelligence, and this event was organized by the EPAM and the Kazakhstan Real Estate Agency. And today's event, we will discuss the series of subjects related to the artificial intelligence and the financial data, and all of them will be discussed as part of the digital mortgage and information of the so to speak, for the development of the digital mortgage. And this mortgage is supported by the Kazakhstan Real Estate Company. And today we will have a full day of the event, and the EPAM specialists came to provide their presentation, and even their vice president will be delivering their presentation. And today we will cover the business part and the C2 level, and also technical team. And EPAM will be ready to discuss all the details and business related topics. And I would like to give the floor to, and I hope that our conference will be very productive and efficient. And I would like to give the floor to the deputy of our Kazakhstan real estate company, Kazimkhan Shukhanovic, please. Welcome. Thank you very much, Asset Kurmanbekov. Good day, dear guests, gentlemen. And we are happy to see you in our office despite this kind of severe weather. And some of our colleagues have informed that the colleagues are departing the Almaty, but they will be late a little bit. But we were able to arrange the major guests here and our EPAM guest initiative, and I would like to express my gratitude for their delegation for visiting our country. And before that they were in Almaty, and now they are arranging their conference in Astana. This is, first of all, is related to all of your industry players, and as a Kazakhstan real estate company, we have the the arrangements with the separate real estate players, and we have a close cooperation. And there are lots of challenges in this market, and till this day, and unfortunately, lots of challenges with the offline transactions. And today I think that this is very important to deliver the information so you could get the feedback, and so we could get the relevant software. Today is a mortgage portfolio in our country is 26.9 trillions of tenge, which do not equal the 5% of the GDP of the country. And in developed countries, it's much more higher. In the bank portfolio, it's higher than 50%. There is a room for development. And today, we got a request from 2.5 million of the citizens who have know their the accommodation. They are really needed this kind of accommodation, and here we are as a single operator. We are focused on the support and construction of the real estate and increase of the demand of this kind of requests. And we are really interested in the mortgage market in our country developed really faster. And of course, we have to improve in this area. And we are very cautious on. We are not just increasing our portfolio by increasing the affordability of the citizens, but this is another story or subject, and we have purchased approximately more than up to 10,000 the loans from the second level banks. And today there is colleagues from the Kazakhstan Sustainability Fund, and they are participating. There are lots of the organizational and governmental programs, and I think that we will have very fruitful and productive discussion with the market professionals. And thank you very much for your participation, and we will be looking forward for the presentation of our colleagues from EPAM Systems. Thank you. Thank you, Altai Shokhanova, for your welcome speech. In short, I would like to tell about the EPAM company. This will be really short. EPAM is currently number one of the IT provider in Kazakhstan. EPAM exports 50 million US dollars in consulting, and almost that's equal to 300 million US dollars. So which means in Kazakhstan there are 1,000 EPAM engineers who will provide their services to abroad. And for instance, it cooperates with Google and other leading IT companies in Europe, in the USA. And this is an IT expert. And this is a priority for the leadership of our country and the digitalization and increase of the. And as the US dollar revenue is increasing, and the EPAM is the company number one, and this company has represented its branch in our country, and it was one of the major company in the tax system of the company, and it was the foundation of our first credit bureau. And EPAM is also has a big business in the oil sector, and has arrangements or contracts with leading oil and gas companies. But that's just the general information. Why EPAM wants to increase this area? And since this company is a leading company, I would like to give the floor to the next word to Ivan Markevich, who is the regional director of the EPAM CIS in Eastern Europe. And Ruslan will provide you the detailed information about EPAM. Ruslan, please go ahead. Thank you very much, colleagues. On behalf of the company, I'm happy to meet everyone here. And today you will get lots of new information, and you can ask your questions after the break. And I encourage everyone to use the recording so you can listen to them later, so you can work on with them. And also we encourage everyone to listen for the information how to implement the technologies in the banking area, and also not to waste our precious time, I would like to represent the company in numbers. Let me. So as you know, so is the edge for today's agenda. This is about EPAM, and we will discuss the digital mortgage, and we will discuss the analytical platform, and the banking payment system, and the ecosystem of this ecosystem. Let's start from the numbers. The company celebrates its 30 years anniversary. It was founded in 1993. In 2012, we started listing in the New York exchange market, and this is kind of long period for our company, so we could increase our expertise. So we have started our ECP contracts from the small companies. So the company is still our strategic partner, and all the development starts from this point. And the founder of this company is Anthony Topkin. He originates from Belarus, and his specialty is engineer, and that was the starting point for the development of the company. And we got a trend for the core engineering and for our, so to speak, the DNA of our company, of our employees and specialists and engineers who work for the company in the entire world. So there are almost 54,000 engineers in our company, and every year we are increasing our staff, and this gives us the confidence in provision of the better solutions, so we could implement that around the world. This is very important. This is a very important stage, because in lots of areas we can notice lots of challenges where the clients have some kind of difficulties, and this is the biggest challenge for the company. From other point, since we are passing this steps, we know that there is a potential similar solutions with other stakeholders and players of this market. And this is the geography of our company, and we have a presence in more than 50 countries, and we have also our branch in Kazakhstan. Every country, as you can see, our representative of our companies in every branch. And despite of that, though, we are not limited with our locations. We always can work. There are employees and clients can use of our accumulated knowledge and access to our engineers, platforms, and partners around the world without any kind of constraints and limitation. I think this is one of the advantages of our company, and we are ready to collect a team, put together the better team. So we always monitor them, and we always keep an eye on their performance and with the quality of their jobs and at their locations, so the clients could get the things that they really want. And this is the key reasons for which we have been working with our clients for a long time. And most of our clients are the clients with 10 years of history with the EPAM systems. And this is very important for us. And why is it so? We are working with trying to solve the demands of our clients and their requirements. We always come up with some kind of solutions with the provision of the resources. We always trying to discuss with our clients their challenges, their difficulties, and we'll always strive to provide them solutions for the next few years. And we always review the retrospective, the technologies which really needed for our clients. Either they were outdated or new. And this allows us to move forward in a sustainable manner in our cooperation. a little bit numbers in our presence in Kazakhstan. We got 1,100 employees since 2008, and there are several offices in the country, and there are the partners who provides us some value to us, and that's the GovTech. That's the financial sector which are trying to improve right now, and there is the energy sector, especially oil and gas sector. Correct. I probably skip this slide, and I would like to show you this slide. And this is an international agency which was evaluated by the international rating agencies using the several parameters. And you can see the agencies on this slide. And lots of evaluators are working on our company. And as far as we can notice, we were trying to maximize to meet the requirements of our clients permanently, so to speak. We're trying to include our company into the rating. So the inclusion of our company into this kind of rating is the results of our efforts and activities, and this is kind of contribution to the efficiency of our clients. So we are trying to keep doing that every time. We are not going away from the market. We're always maintaining our clients, and we're trying to be their technological partner and investment partner. And one more thing to tell is and how we work, our performance. Like I said, we started our work like the company which were the engineers mostly, and by the time we started moving towards the strategic consulting, and in this context we've been working for several years. We are working using the scheme or approach from the strategic consulting to the implementation of the solutions. We're providing the full cycle of the activities. We perform the similar tasks like other big four companies, like consulting companies. We got a big experience in the company, and the EPAM always improves itself. There acquires other companies, and this allows us to stay on the float. And this is so we are not doing only one block of the activities. We also cover full cycle of this spheres and services. This is a little bit of everything. This is not the full list of our customers and clients around the world. And like as you can see from this there is a banking sector on the slide. As you can see, there is a financial sector, UBS banks, lots of the major banks in the world, and other industries are shown here. This allows us to confidently say that we are sure that what's going on in the world and what kind of trends and what kind of challenges our clients have right now. This is everything that I have to tell, and we will not stop on this. I would like to give the floor to the next presenter of our strategic consultant and team leader of the consultancy, Dr. Philip Klein. Please welcome.
Thank you very much, Ruslan. I'm sorry, my Russian is flaky, so you'll have to deal with the translation. But we take out the presentation in Russian, so I hope you can follow. Thanks a lot for everybody that made this conference possible. Thank you for your attendance, and importantly also thank you for hosting us here today. I'd like to present our vision of how the capital market, real estate and housing market in Kazakhstan could be improved. All of which, or all of you here participating here today, we believe already been able to refine in discussions we had here in Kazakhstan for the market. So let me start out by laying out our vision or our analysis of the housing market, and I don't need to expand long about the market data. You know that as well as us. The GDP growth rate is fairly stable. The inflation is starting to recede again, which means that we have a pretty stable outlook on the Kazakh economy, and we have an economic growth and declining inflation, which should be positive signals for the mortgage market as well. So about the mortgage market, we can see a large discrepancy between what the mortgage market here in Kazakhstan is showing with respect to other possibly similarly situated economies in Eastern Europe. When you compare the mortgage GDP ratio, for example, Kazakhstan is lagging behind other economies. And the question is, why is that, and what can we do to improve it? And we feel that the market stimulation that could stem from an increase in the mortgage ratio could also stimulate some economic growth in general in Kazakhstan, which is why we think this is such an important topic. Some of the options, I'm just going to walk over. Okay, so we're covering some of the reasons for the limited mortgage market. I think one is certainly the limited access to capital and the challenge to back loans. So it's a difficulty to secure the loans and get them off the banking books, the asset books, which is due to one reason of which is the low involvement of international investors. The state lending also means that there is a de facto monopoly. It's not a perfect monopoly, but there is a certain weight to single players in the market, and a more heterogeneous market could probably improve the market ratio as well. We also think that compared with international standards, the mortgage rates are quite expensive, which of course is also one of the influencing factors of the mortgage rates being quite low. And this is, of course, due to the fact that the mortgages are simply not as affordable as they could be, which means that it is limited. And if you consider the average mortgage rates in Europe, they're significantly lower. We think that some of the issues that are currently, or some of the challenges that are currently plaguing the mortgage market here in Kazakhstan could actually be, if we address them, could be turned into opportunities. The efficiency and transparency of the market could be improved, both in the secondary, in the primary as well as the secondary market. We could reduce the administrative burden, which would also increase the efficiency of the whole mortgage process. The secondary mortgage market is quite limited at the moment, not to say inexistent, but that is certainly something with the influx of additional liquidity that could improve the mortgage ratio. And we think opening up the market to an international ecosystem could certainly help in that regard. We think that over time, certainly a decentralized approach to address these challenges could also work. But what we are proposing today is a more centralized solution, because we feel that this would speed up the process significantly. Okay, so I'd like to lay out a high-level vision of what such a mortgage platform could look like. You see. You can't see it, so I'll just talk over it. So we think about the primary mortgage and secondary mortgage market could be addressed later, but what we should start with is with a central mortgage registry and a central data and analytics platform, because that could by itself already address a lot of the challenges that lead to low mortgage rate. So we think the most important part is the mortgage registry. There are examples of such a system or such a scheme existing in other areas of the world. They could also be used to reduce the regulatory reporting burden on the mortgage market and increase the transparency and thereby also the trust of the international market in the mortgage market here in Kazakhstan. And of course, we could integrate some of the back office processes to make the whole process more efficient. Obviously, some of the banks here in Kazakhstan have already digitized large parts of the loans and mortgage process, but opening it up to the registry and to the secondary market is what we propose to address going forward. There are if you want to cluster it into three models, there are roughly the following three. There's the man in the middle that's usually connected with the low digitized approach to that mortgage market. You can find examples of that in China or also in Germany and in other Western economies, where you basically have old-fashioned physical processes. You need to be present, and then what does exist, however, is that the banks have the possibility to secure the loans and give out funds that are rated by the bigger agencies. So there is a possibility of creating a greenfield, not a greenfield, an evergreen model for the banks, because you have the loan origination, you package it up, you secure it, and then you get it off the books again. And that, of course, makes it possible for the banks to hand out a lot more loans than if they would have to keep it on their own books all the time. If we look at other developed markets such as the US, there's an interesting concept that is based around the digital mortgage registry. In the US, one of these platforms is called MERS, and it's an example of how that works. Because I'll go into a little more detail about how MERS exactly works, but there are some interesting aspects to it that make it very efficient. And then there are some more, I'd almost say, crazy ideas like the blockchain-based model in Russia. I think the jury is not in yet, but the first two certainly provide an interesting perspective on where we could be headed. All right, this is an overview of a rough conceptualization of how MERS works. You have the classical process of the bank selling a loan or a mortgage, and then what happens is that that mortgage is put in a standard format. Is how do we start this discussion? How do we get the ball rolling to make sure that we build an alliance that is strong enough and powerful enough to actually drive this idea forward? And that is where we are hoping we're getting your input, your perspective, to help us understand how the market works, what the vision could look like, and to further refine it. We have a lot of banks present here today, and we think the banks are some of the most obvious benefactors of such development, as by providing a bigger mortgage market and the possibility of building an evergreen business model. There is a huge potential for the banks as it is. And I don't want to go through all of the details, but you see that there are a lot of aspects that make this concept interesting to the banking sector. So the banks playing such a vital role is why we'd like to start this discussion, especially with you. And again, I can only reiterate, we need your input. One idea how we could kickstart is to start or to fund a venture and jointly go on that journey, doing the market analysis, shaping the vision, do the impact analysis, the risk assessment, figure out how we're going to allocate the revenue streams, the cost implications, come up with a comprehensive model of how this could work, and then jointly take a decision whether it makes sense to proceed. We laid out here some of the identified revenue streams that could benefit each stakeholder. we'll certainly go into more detail. That's a very high-level view. Potentially a bit naive, needs to be refined, of course, but that should give you a first idea of where this could benefit everyone. Okay, apart from the financial structure, we obviously also need a legal structure, and one idea could be that we're going to build a public-private consortium where banks could also play a leading role to be discussed, and to reach such a financial and legal understanding, we'll set up follow-up discussions with those among us here in the room who are interested, and yeah, again, look forward to your input. Such models have been successful here in Kazakhstan in the past, which is why we're proposing it in the first place. And I think a lot of benefits have been demonstrated to be possible with using such a setup. The First Credit Bureau is just one example that we have been lucky enough to also support. So we think we could take a look at the learnings gleaned from that project and try to come up with a similar model. Okay, so what does that mean? Where do we go from here? It's rather easy. This is the bootstrapping, the kickstart of this discussion. Thank you all for being here today. We just gave the keynote and outlined some of the principal understanding. We're going to do a few breakout sessions later today regarding business, consortium, technology. We'll also set up follow-up meetings, and then yeah, we'll jointly hopefully start the journey and set up something like a special interest group on business consortium, technology, and take the discussions from there. Thank you very much for your attention. If there are any questions, I'm happy to answer them now, or also please come find me later. We're all here to discuss with you today. Thank
you. Dear colleagues, we may have 5-minute breaks. So yes, let's have 5 minutes break and then we will come back to the hall. Thank you.
Уважаемые коллеги, мы готовы.
Dear guests, I think we should continue. We think that our break was kind of productive. I would like to invite our senior, the expert of our company, Alexander. Good day, dear gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to express the gratitude for your hosting and participation in our conference, and for your support. Thank you very much. As for the starting thing for me, the being a technical specialist, in order to apply the certain technologies that we have right now in they are limitless, and this is very important to start right from the beginning, what kind of technologies we have, and position the certain technologies is based on business tasks, assignments, and position and understanding of the details of the business understanding and of the future and current demands of our clients. And if there are, I would try to describe the roadmap that we have right now in a really narrow audience. I think we can break it down into 4 phases. The first phase is I try to step back and draw the things that we are calling the North Star, and that's the why we are doing that. The in our point of view, we think that the understanding is based on that the Kazakhstan market should have the digital layer, which would maintain or provide services that we call the individually to provide the purchase of the mortgages or real estate through the digital solutions. And the second thing is the really distant objective is to evaluate the securities which will be based on mortgages and or mortgage related shares or obligations that would be sold in the market. And going back to the roadmap and the functionalities of this roadmap, this is how we see the increasing of the functionalities of this roadmap. This is the starting point is a construction of the analytical platform, the global analytical platform that will allow us to collect the data from the sold mortgage contracts and the cooperation with the banks which finance these mortgages and have the interaction with their clients and have the capabilities to create the storages and access to the storages of the sold mortgage contract. That's the first task. The second task is the creation of the analytical area or base which will create the packages of the sold mortgage contracts, so we could model or simulate the appropriate risks and prepare the technological solution for the future securitization of the market, of the mortgage market, and provide the securities. And this kind of the fundamental, the first layer, first level objective. What's next? By having this platform and having the capabilities to exchange the data with the banks and calculate the appropriate risks, we can see that the construction of the global digital platform for the citizens, where the banks can get involved in this ecosystem, and they can provide the digital accessibility to this market. But after this one, I think that and there would be the functional development, and it will be based on the global registry of the loans, not only the mortgages of the sold mortgages, but also there would be the global the thing that we are calling the marketplace, the digital market for the real estate of apartments or flats, or some kind of the capabilities or the capacities for the people who will be purchasing and selling in the future, and also the implementation of the securitization that was created for the securities, which will be tied into this kind of contracts, and they can use the appropriate actions to the financial organizations. Okay, I will try to briefly describe the first understanding and of our objectives. What we have to do first, we have to create a technological platform that would have the possibility for the banks to exchange data on sold mortgage contracts, and undoubtedly we need to simulate not only the storing of the data, but also keep the existing specific informational areas, fields that we have in Kazakhstan, but also we need to create a model that would maintain the definition of the sold some kind of contractual capacities, and also we can overlay them, and also we need to create the accumulative base where we will keep this data, where there will be secured, where they will accumulate the data on sold mortgages, and also subsequently we need to create the technological base which will help analysts to group and sort the sold mortgage by using the certain criteria, and create the packages and prepare the appropriate risk model so as to appropriately determine the risks of these packages, and respectively they can use these packages in the future. So why are we doing this? This will help us. This will help us to increase the transparency of the certain regulatory organizations. That will expand the market of the market players, and they will position their products in the mortgage market. And also, like I said before, it will be the fundamental layer for the subsequent digitalization of the mortgage market. So this is our approach to the construction of the complex analytical aspects. The first of all, like we've told, that we're trying to figure out the business tasks and why we are doing that, and later we have 4 phases in this approach on the development of this platform. The first of all, we are trying to sort out all the tasks which we have from the client. This is the understanding of the data that we should include into the system, and that's the understanding of the requirements that we need to maintain related to the quality and the speed of this data processing, and in terms of the data governance, which should be included into this data control and access to this data, and that's undoubtedly that's understanding of the technological capabilities and capacities we have, and the platform that will use these capabilities. And the next one is creation of the architectural solution that we call. This is kind of the hard copy or hard version that will have the procedure, which will have all the steps of the actions, and after that we will working on a business steps, actions. The prototype of this platform, we will pick up the appropriate technological solutions, and we will try to select implement all those technologies that not only solve the question, I mean the issue or requirement, but also it will help the platform to expand and improve itself by the time, and will meet the demand or requirements of the client that was set by the client in the very beginning. And after that, we will go into the EUPP phase, where we will be starting the implementation of this phase from A to Z, and in order to validate our first presumption or assumption on the architecture, and for those the selection of the products that was included in the product on the platform, we will implement the entire things into the platform. So in the very beginning, I would have go into detail about the tasks that will be included in the first phase. We call that learning, design, and discovery, and that's the construction of the target stage architecture. That's the creation of the and preparation of the solution in terms of the technological solution for the for those codes and products that we that will help us to include into the SIS. That's the visualization of the concept. That's the analytic that is related to the processing of the data, and the further modeling, and also that like separate work stream. That's our the concentration on those things. I try to highlight those assignments and tasks that will be included into the first phase when we will start the construction of this platform. We got a vision like this is the phase, so we will design the system, and after that, after the EPP system, we will construct the entire platform, and if planning design phase, so we will take a decision on case elaboration and journey definitions, and all those governance and data, the quality of the data, and visualize the design. And after that, we will, after the subsequent 4-6 months, the platform will be constructed. And here we got a detailed the description of the tasks and assignments, and this is about what kind of outcomes and results we will get. We expect that somewhere in about by the end of the 9 months of engagement, you will get analytical platform that will have the end-to-end capabilities to accumulate of the sold mortgage contracts, and it will provide you the communication to the banks, and analysts will be working on certain tasks for the subsequent implementation of the securitization of the market. Thank you.
I think that now I will give the floor to our Vice President responsible for financial consulting, Alistair Brown.
Does this work? Can you hear me? Money, money, money. Must be funny in a rich man's world. We're obsessed as a human race with how we pay for stuff. And I've invented a team within EPAM that deals with all of that stuff. Open banking, payments, and so on. So we've invented a practice within EPAM. EPAM turns over $5 billion a year. 21.4% of that is financial services. Within that group, we have a group that specializes in everything that's the future of payments, how we pay for stuff. So we're not just herdsmen exchanging livestock anymore. We've got credit cards, we've got debit cards, we've got all sorts of stuff. Here's a bit of a logo soup that shows you some of our clients. Credit card companies like Visa, MasterCard, American Express. New banks like KNAB. This is interesting, isn't it? KNAB. Wow. On my picture, we've got one logo. He's not up there? Okay, I won't say that. There are different ways of paying for different things across the entire ecosystem, and that's what this is supposed to represent. We have cross-trained about 1,000 of our engineers in this domain. So solution architects, business analysts, developers who actually understand the domain of banking, the future of banking, and how we pay for stuff. So that big number in the middle is quite important, and that enables us to do a consult, design, build process where we think with our clients, we discuss their issues, we solve those issues by designing a solution and then implementing it with our software engineers. So there are 3 main steps, okay? I describe it as 3 steps, but in fact it's a circle, a cycle. It's ideal if we start with the thinking piece, an initial discussion, consult. Blue sky thinking, inventing new stuff, or at least recognizing that we need to configure it to make it work. And then going to the right-hand side here, we design the solution together based on that consultancy thinking, that discussion, and then we build the solution. Invariably, what happens is that we learn more in that process, and then we go around it again and again and again. It's reiterative. We learn more collectively. We share the knowledge. We share the path forward, and we're able to advance that way. This is a very, very complicated slide. And I'm sure you're not listening to me and you're reading it, which is kind of fine, but we need to move on because I haven't got too much time. So the first step is this business consulting piece. It's very easy to engage with organizations all over the world and listen to their problems. The hard part is trying to find a solution. We have regulatory change all over the world at the moment, saying there are new ways to do things and trying to put a categorization system around it. That regulatory change is happening in Europe, it's happening in America, it's happening in your country, it's happening in Australia. What we do is compare them all to figure out what they're all intending to do, because these visions are slightly different each time. Usefully, we can compare what is good in each one, what limits what we can do in each country, and recognize where the benefits are. So I've already had conversations today here in this very room about the potential that exists in Kazakhstan, and it's slightly different, of course, from England or Germany or indeed America. So we do all of that. We collect all of the best information into the right place, and I guess it's T-shaped in the sense that we've got the depth that comes from all of this knowledge, but also the specificity of the local market. Designing the solution is important because this is where business and technology meet. One of the main drivers for change is technology. EPAM is a technology firm. We're really good at that stuff. The fact is, if the new technology is disrupting the existing business models, we have to design an alternative. If you look at ISO 20022 as one example, this is a new way of introducing what effectively is enriched, better quality data in a transaction between 2 people or 2 corporations. And that makes a hell of a difference. So what we've done is build a sandbox that enables people to jump in and test what they would do as a corporation if they were compliant with that new standard. And then we go and build it. EPAM has 57,000 software engineers, so we're good at building stuff. If we've already done the thinking and the designing, we then make it real so that everything does indeed change. So it's not just talk, it's the practicalities of that transformation. That's the fun part of EPAM. So we've got international experts who can arrive and talk the talk, but then we walk the walk as well. This is another logo soup. What we're attempting to do is show the existing set of tools in the toolbox worldwide, Yeah, we work with all of these people. So it's not just Visa, MasterCard, and the usual suspects in the card world, but it's also the alternative payment methods, organizations like Klarna, who have a buy now, pay later method that we all know about. Less popular at the moment because of high interest rates, but nonetheless, it's a thing. We are building a BNPL solution for MasterCard right now, using our engineers in India. So we understand this stuff not only conceptually, but also in the practicalities of how it's put together. And then we've got the whole instant payments infrastructural play that is perhaps equally important in the sense that it enables, at an infrastructural level, the rails to do payments that are almost real time. And if everybody's got that across the entire country, then we can overlay it with other solutions. So Philip, over to my left here, is part of a team that did exactly that, the instant payment system for Switzerland, using a company called Six. So again, we know how to build this stuff. This is the entire ecosystem. It's enormous. It's very complicated. I'll pick out just a couple of things that are interesting, and obviously if there are more questions later, quite happy to talk about that. If I look to the top left-hand corner here, we've got this word fraud. We'll be talking about open banking and open data in a minute. As the whole world opens up to sharing information, excellent. Sharing opportunity, even more so. It means the fraudsters can come in very, very easily. There are gaps, there are holes, there are opportunities to manipulate the system and suck money out of it. So anti-fraud capability, cybersecurity, is hugely important and increasingly so. So we talk to a lot of these guys and we formulate attack plans that protect the banks, protect the card companies. This is really complicated, isn't it? What we're trying to illustrate with this particular picture is that the payments world crosses over into all of the other sectors. Fairly obvious to say so, but there's a lot of work that we can do in the healthcare area, for instance, where paying for healthcare in some countries is so complicated. It's a mess, it gets in the way, it gets in people's hair. We can simplify that by using modern payment methods into the healthcare space. So Visa at the moment, just as one illustration of this, is at the moment inventing a separate group. They're transferring one of their main head senior people into as a CEO of a Visa healthcare crossover company to address exactly this issue. And as soon as we start thinking about money and the data around money going from one sector to another, we've got a lot of opportunity. So we're addressing a lot of that as a group at the moment. So as a company, EPAM is very acquisitive. We buy companies several times a year. We bought Core, which is this extremely good management consultancy firm that Philip represents. Their payments people are exceptionally good, and that has enabled our entire consulting push into this space to be even more powerful than it was in the first place. And that's what this is about. I'm going to speed up now. Are you sure? Oh, I'll go more slowly then. Okay, fine. Whatever. Okay. We've worked with some extremely interesting groups, but it's an entire ecosystem, okay? So we have to understand it not as one separate group, tier one banks, or one separate set of card companies or fintechs. It's how they interrelate that really does move the whole machine forward. It makes it very interesting. It also makes it very complex, because to find a complete solution, you need 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 companies in the room, which is all about stakeholder management and coordination and collaboration. And these aren't just words. It means you do need the right people in the room to get it done. That's what these illustrations are about here. Here are some main themes. I like this guy. He's minding his own business. He's just walking around with his mobile phone doing what consumers do. Behind him, there are all these different organizations and all of these different areas. The man in the street, as we call him, not quite sure who he is exactly, he doesn't really know about this stuff, and he doesn't care. Nobody gets up in the morning saying, I want to have a really great payment experience. No, they don't. They want to get on with their day, they want everything to work, and they want it to be through one system, and it's completely seamless. Exactly. Exactly right. So that's what all this stuff contributes to. If we've got all of these different elements working smoothly, then that person does have a seamless payment experience, and nothing really matters. What has happened is that the world has created a complex set of systems and then overlaid them with more ideas and made it more complicated, and then we're into about the third or fourth wave. So it's only going to get more complicated as time comes along. Simplifying it further would be a nice idea, and there are attempts to do that, but effectively, we have to address some or all of these different issues in order to continue to make seamless experiences possible. So the result is I've got a whole group of experts who report to me. We cross-train our engineers so that we can build the new stuff, configure the new stuff. Because one of the effects here of this overcomplication is the need to introduce new technology on top of old technology. And that collision between the two is particularly painful and difficult, and that's why you need EPAM as a software engineering expert company to get it done. Some of the fintechs are producing stuff that is eye-wateringly modern. It's superb technology, but when it meets stuff that was written in COBOL 20 years ago, that's quite tricky. So we do a lot of integration work. If you look at the right-hand side of this slide, there are a dozen different topics. I've picked them out from this picture. I have information on each individual area and use cases where we've done a set of programs on that particular issue. Each one is very complex, so we combine our subject matter expertise with our engineering capability to get them executed. This is the one on instant payments. We've alluded to it already as an infrastructural play that brings the capability across an entire set of countries or country in order to enable further innovation. And we've done a lot of that. The Swiss one I've mentioned, there's a Swedish one as well. The P27 program that was put together by all of the Nordic countries in order to introduce multi-currency, real-time cross-border payments. So that's between Finland, Norway, Denmark, and Sweden. 27 million people, hence the name. It was over-ambitious, it was very complex, and after 3 or 4 years of discussion, experimentation, it was abandoned. So they stopped doing it. We were involved in the earlier phases of that, the discussion pieces. We did some pure consulting with the Swedish Central Bank, but then eventually it was abandoned. It's important to fail, learn from the failure, and move on. I have many of these. You've heard a lot about digital currencies, central banking, digital currencies, very interesting stuff, but so what? Do we need one? Is it actually necessary? And if so, what does it do that we're not doing already with credit cards or some other payment method? There's a big debate out there. It seems to me that retail central banking digital currencies are a good idea, perhaps, but if you're paying for a coffee, how complicated do you want it to be, really? Coming back to simplification, maybe it's a step too far. So that discussion is ongoing worldwide, it seems to me. I think there will be a digital dollar, a digital pound, a digital krona. We've got some in Nigeria already. We've got some in the Bahamas, the so-called sand dollar. They're the early adopters of this stuff. But there's a wholesale version of as well of CBDCs, and it seems to me that that's more likely to make progress. We will see. One of the great joys of EPAM is that we do the blue sky thinking, as I've mentioned. Then we build to minimal viable product, MVP as it's called. And then once it's been validated, we take it to full product maturity and take it to market. If you look at the middle use case here, Finality, it's a case in point. Finality is a group put together by a dozen different banks, a consortium of 12, 13, 14 banks. Each one put $2 or $3 million into the process. The idea was that there would be a real-time gross settlement system using the blockchain. Beyond that, they didn't know how or what to do. So what we did is sat down with them, with our best blockchain experts, and figure out what the solution should be. It was very exciting because initially, the high-level thinking was very vague, and nobody had a clue how to get to the destination. So we thought it through. We then built it using our software engineers and our blockchain expertise. We took it to MVP, and then we had a very, very long, hard look at what it was supposed to do and whether it did it properly. And we tweaked it, we adapted it, we modified it, and we took it to full maturity. At that point, this is a new payment channel, a new method, okay? So it had to be ratified by the Fed in America, by the Bank of England. So we then looked at that ratification process, which was no longer fit for purpose. So we had to reinvent the ratification process at those various central banks in order to get that validation process done formally. So absolutely end-to-end as a process. And I recommend you look at that one in particular. So we're going to move to the next section of the presentation. I've alluded to open banking already. It's fascinating because it became originally a European process. Okay, so for the 28 EU member states, but then was internationalized beyond those borders. And the reason that process is interesting is because it was mandatory in those 28 countries initially. It is not mandatory in the US, in Canada, anywhere else at all. There's been a catch-up, there's been an imitation game running, and that's created new opportunity in a different way in those different markets. So this is, again, variable across countries and across regions. As it comes into Kazakhstan, I think it's particularly fascinating. I've already had a discussion today with one banker about the fact that if the banks own the data, why would they give it away? Because the data is their gold dust. The data about a transaction is owned by the bank, so why would they let it go? And this is one of the big moments of change in modern banking right now. Because open banking leads to open finance, leads to open data. As I've described already, EPAM is able to consult in this space and then develop new ideas and then implement them. That's exactly what this picture shows. We do the same with open banking as we do with new payment stuff, as we do with all the other stuff. It's been particularly interesting because it's legislation that is driving the first piece here. We have to understand the legislation, and that legislation is changing every year or two or three. So coming back to the European Union version of this, the Payment Services Directive was a specific subset of SEPA. It was then updated into what became known as PSD2, the Payment Services Directive, in its revised form. And then we've had the third version this summer. So guess what? This is a continuing change. What you're seeing is regulation trying to catch up with the market. So it's laggard regulation is the correct term. So we follow all of this. We follow Dodd-Frank 1033, which is the US version, and so on and so on. So the regulatory landscape itself is super complex, as is also the new technological landscape. So we've got two major external change agents, regulation and technology. We follow that, we read the white papers, we meet the people who constitute that new legislation, we figure out why they're doing what they're doing. We sit within those groups in some cases. That enables us to understand more thoroughly how that future stuff is going to be built, because we're going to end up building it. I do actually like this slide. I don't really like slides overall, but this is quite a good one. It's quite a good one because, as I've mentioned, this open banking legislation and tech change makes open finance possible, but it's the data that really counts. You've seen we've got data expertise already, and the crossover between financial services and data is hugely important and becoming more and more and more so. Once the data is shared beyond the boundaries of the banks, first question is, who owns it now? Nobody knows yet. How many minutes have I got? I'm going to be shot in about 3 minutes' time, guys. So listen hard. Okay. When that data is shared outside of the boundaries of the existing owners of the data, it represents a massive amount of opportunity because that coordinates across the entire ecosystem. That's generically quite interesting, but so what? So what? We need to invent what so what looks like. We've talked about data exchanging between healthcare companies and financial services companies so that we can smooth the way to a more seamless experience buying healthcare. That'll happen in all sorts of other areas, some of which are obvious, some of which we need to think about and reinvent. That's why this is important. The legislation hasn't finalized on this. The ecosystems haven't agreed what it's going to look like. Not here in Kazakhstan, not in the UK, not in America. We're halfway there. Interesting journey, though. That's roughly what it looks like. And that's why it's complicated, and that's why it's not finally decided upon yet, because there are too many moving parts, but all of those moving parts are involved, so there needs to be an overall agreement. Each country has its own supervisory body that is effectively supposed to legislate for this stuff, but every time it looks at it, it has to make a change. It's constantly evolving. Further complexity. That's enough of that. Okay. We work with various of the new players. There's a company out there called Ripple, who are very interestingly experimenting with the introduction through their platform of complete open banking capability. We're doing deals with them across the world as they develop. They're just about getting the hang of it. Like a lot of fintechs, the core idea and the basic platform is superb. Without a software engineering systems integrated to work with them, they don't actually manage to implement it fully. So our collaboration with them goes into all of these new countries, introducing central banking digital currencies. So we're doing that with them at the moment. There are going to be more things that come from open banking and open data, as I've said. We are continuing on that journey. There will be more, okay? Variable recurring payments is one of the latest flavors in the UK. If you imagine paying bills on a monthly basis through direct debit, that's pretty obvious stuff. But varying it is extremely difficult, and giving the capability of the payer much more precise detail about how they vary it in a spontaneous and often random way, we need to get our heads around how we do that. So VRP is one of the consequences of open banking. We're on it now. It's a mess, but we'll get it. We'll get it. This is roughly a world view of open banking as it develops across the globe. It's not particularly useful at the moment for this particular discussion, because I think we need to focus on how it gets into Kazakhstan and how you guys change your legislation to enable that data flow we were mentioning earlier. I'm ready to stop if you're... Who's next? Misha, you'll be delighted to know this guy speaks Russian and English, so he's twice as good as I am. Thank you. Thank you.
My name is Mikhail Gavromsky. I'm a deputy director of the EPAM. I've been working for EPAM more than 10 years, the first time in Kazakhstan. And thank you very much for your time and attention. And this is I was first time in Almaty. We had an excursion and tour in Almaty. The people were very friendly, and they even gave us so many gifts, and we couldn't refuse that. We were in Koktebe, and we felt really cold there, and eventually we are here. I would like to tell you about of generative AI, that's generative artificial intelligence. This is a little bit difficult subject, which differs from the previous conversation, but you will like it. Compare it to, if we compare with the slides of my colleagues, you will get more valuable information. We got a website where we advertise our platform, which will enable to integrate some LLMs of modeling, and I will show you how it works. And first of all, I would like to show you a few details about this platform, and this is how it looks like. And this is kind of technical diagram. And on the left part, you will have your corporate network, where you can get users of your corporate users, and also there will be your applications of front end and back end technologies. In the middle, you can notice the thing that we call the AI dial. This will help us. This will help your corporate applications and users to integrate with the various LLMs. This is not only one LLM. There would be I will show you. I think we have 15 LLMs, so we are running some of them, and they are in operation. This kind of open source model based on a Llama, a Magistral, and the most interesting part of it is that it allows us to integrate your own content. You can integrate with LLM and interact with your documentation and get very interesting results. And I will show you then later. Can I clarify one thing? Yeah. So where do you host this website? This is kind of good question. So it hosts, this is kind of cloud diagnostics. Like I told before, we can host in the Azure system. We got Azure systems, and we got Amazon AWS systems, but we don't have a client in Kazakhstan specific clouds. And actually, we can run it on premises, so we can run that without any kind of problem. But that would be that will require some effort and time, and we don't afraid of that. Then the EPAM can integrate with your cloud system. Do you have any plans to deploy in Kazakhstan? If you give us a reason, we will deploy our services here. Of course, that there is a plan. That's why we are here, to announce about it. So we do have a plans, and correct? Am I correct? Yeah, please go ahead. So this is the guy with the plans. Since there is an interaction, so we do have such a plan. So we talked about it in Almaty, in Astana several times with the second-tier banks, and with the regulatory challenges of the storing of the data in the external servers, and therefore the construction of the on-cloud systems here is a high priority, and we have experience of the construction of the systems and the connection. And there is also secure data. You've seen that on the slides. And there are some banks they have a high requirements for the safety and security. And since there is a stable, sealed storage by the audit, and in terms of the external and internal audit systems, and it's highly impossible to get in touch with them. And there are some organizations who can collaborate with them in terms of the create the access to is forbidden by the third parties, and through the EPM, through the phones, and with external systems on the walls. So there is some kind of metal, the plastics, which will barricade certain wave signals, and there is a securities. So we got only 25 minutes. Thank you.
So, another important thing is that we can be integrated with open models that can be hosted in Kazakhstan Prime on Prime, but we have to pay for them. They are expensive, and it's expensive to run them. Okay, so another detail is that our platform, constructed by us, is based on open source. We, as EPAM, cannot influence on them. We don't have an IP on them. This platform is our gift to the world. And of course, this is not a complete gift. We want you to invite us to implement this gift. But in general, you can try yourself. Now I'd like to move on to the dial itself. So let me delete and remove all of this and start from the very beginning. This is how our interface looks like. This is the chart interface, and it looks like the OpenAI, but the difference is that this chart is connected to dial, and all charts are transcribed and stored, and we can create a filter. We can create a filter for some questions that are not on the topic. And the most important thing is that the platform itself is on your network, and all the charts with dial are stored and saved. You can use them, you can analyze them. Unfortunately, I cannot show it because it's not my computer, but we collect all the prices of all the questions because we know all the models for each prompt, for each question, and we know how many tokens were used. And therefore we can identify all the prices for each inquiries. We are trying to develop it now, and we will create cost metering. We will give the opportunity for the user, for the computer, to create some limits or quotas of the use in the way that it will not be expensive for the company. This is important. Why? Because it's really expensive. So I have several prompts that are saved, and these are the list of all the models that are integrated. This is that you will receive immediately. This is Google, Bicep, Jurassic. Of course, I have GPT, different versions of GPT. There are local open source models that are run by us, Lana and Ministral. And for fun, I have a model for graphic generating. It's really funny. And let me start. So I will choose the most weak model, 3.5, and I will ask the following question. I will copy it because I cannot write in Russian. So unfortunately I cannot see the screen, that's why I cannot translate the inquiry. So we have the somehow good answer, and I will ask the same question I will ask the newest model. This is GPT Turbo. I am asking the same question. This is somehow modern model, but the answer is worse compared to the first one. So it generates a bit worse answer compared to 3.5, but it's faster, I guess, so it's enough. And what I can do, the next move is that I can compare the difference. I can do comparisons, so I'm choosing side-by-side comparison. I can choose the evaluation of different models. So I need to finish chat. We need to wait that because we need the context to compare. Would you like to try? Unfortunately, the screen is unavailable for me. That's why I cannot translate what is written and what is being asked. So while I'm talking here and while the answer is being generated, I will show the use case when we use the huge package of documents and integrated it with LLM. This is the option that will be interesting for all the corporations when you can use your own content and your own documents and input it and integrate it with LLM. But before that, let me finish this. I need to do comparison now. Just give me a second. Let's compare. So now on the one side, I have the answer generated by 3.5, and on the right side, I have the answer generated by another option, and I can continue the chart, and I can ask whether this option, this model, has some competitors. And now we see answers from two different models. And the most important thing is that you see this everything. And the idea is that we collect all these prompts and we give the opportunity to compare results of different LLMs. And based on that, we can analyze them. We give the opportunity to compare models and to choose the most interesting one. And different models have different prices, and understanding that one price is cheaper than another is something crucial. So now let's move on to the next use case. What have we done? We have this vectorial map of documents. We have about 1,000 documents, and they look like the following. So these are PDF documents, and all the documents are written in English, but I will ask the questions in Russian and I will have answers in Russian. So there are thousands of documents. These documents are research works on LLM that were done by Cornell University. And now I will create new conversation. I will use this model and I will ask the question about Bloomberg and GPT. You may know what is Bloomberg. Bloomberg is a large financial company. Give me please a second. Let me copy the question. And I asked the GPT for what is Bloomberg GPT. So it says that it doesn't know what is Bloomberg GPT because here contains information from 2023, and it starts to say that it doesn't know what is it. It's something like a hallucination. Okay, so now what I will do next. So I will stop the generation. I want to show that now I'm using the integration that is called GPT World. This integration is from the documentation database, and I will ask the same question. And as you may see, first of all, I may use another parameters and ask the same question in English, but I will have the same answer. And the information now goes from the LLM and from the knowledge base, from all the documents that were indexed by us. Let it stop. And also we provide references for information, references for documents, which documents were used. For example, this document, this information is from this document. So it's clear that it's not a hallucination, it's a clear information. So I have 3 minutes. So now, for fun, we can see how another model works. What you would like to draw? I cannot hear, sorry. When you upload your own information, maybe you will show how it works real time. I would show it, but I need my own laptop, unfortunately. I cannot show it now. I can show it on my laptop for those who are interested near to my place. But now maybe you would like to draw something or someone, but it should be politically correct, of course. Okay, so let me do it by myself. Mikhail, I get that you showed how this thing writes something very interesting, but maybe you will show the real estate company. I would try, but I get that it will not do it. So let's ask him to write. Let's ask it to write real estate company. Kazakhstan real estate company. Okay, are you ready? So this is how it looks like. So it's good. Okay, so that's it. That is the end of my presentation. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mikhail. Thank you, colleagues. Now we will have a lunch break for about an hour, and then we had a plan actually to divide participants into 2 groups, into technical one and into business one. But here we have representatives of banks as business group, and we have an offer to have a joint session. And you may ask questions directly to each one. We can check how LLM models work. We can consider case studies, and our experts can tell you about the implementation processes that were presented today. And you may ask something more. Alexandra and Mikhail will share their experience regarding LLM and data. You saw different questions in terms of data, and after an hour we will start now. It's almost 2 o'clock, and at 3 o'clock we should be here and we should start our discussions. Let me add a comment. So, in Halyk Bank, we have different experiments using LLM, including using Llama, and we ask different questions. We try to generate pictures, texts, and we see that our power is not enough, but we need more contributions to do it more efficient. We need some contributions to the infrastructure. We need to increase it. And I think that it would be better to have AI-based system to allow different companies to do experiments, to use it, something like a cloud for Kazakhstan, because we cannot use foreign clouds because of the regulatory legislations and so on and so forth. It would be interesting for us. This service would be interesting for us. We need some internal Kazakhstani service or system considering our financial conditions. It's a very interesting topic, and we can actually elaborate on that. But I think that at some moment, like Google AI will come here, and there will be local providers that will run the infrastructure in Kazakhstan to satisfy the requirements and needs of local banks and companies. And I presume that we can organize something like a cloud that could be used by everyone, and this project would be interesting without any doubt. And it is interesting in the way that Kazakh language and Kazakh content is not supported by all the existing LLMs. I tried to ask some question in Kazakh and about Kazakh content, and answers were much worse compared to those asked in Russian. And it will be interesting to experiment with these models, but it's really a difficult undertaking. But we should think about it. I agree that it should be done privately, like each bank can do for itself, but we can do it also together to decrease the price. And a couple of words. It was shown by Mikhail in technical schemes, and actually your question regarding the banking servers and clouds is solved by a very interesting approach. We can upload your own documents and connect it to LLM through prompts. So your documents or your data will not be directly used by LLM. It will be uploaded by LLM. That's why here we see the efficiency. So we do not upload all the data to outside cloud, but we need to develop it more. We need to understand what are the documents, what is private there, and so on and so forth. And actually, data repository will be located on your cloud, and the dial and the vectorization of documents will be located on your cloud. And what happens? We find your database and the relevant context that allows to answer the question, and we send only the required context with the question to LLM. But it is vectorized and we can decode it actually, but it's very private, it's very small. All the database is located on your cloud, and all the companies like Azure or Google sign the agreement that they will not store this data by themselves. But I don't know whether it meets the local laws, but I don't know actually. So okay, thank you. Let's have a lunch break and we'll meet here in an hour. Thank you.
and it happens automatically in the background, so you as a bank don't have to deal with all of the reporting anymore. The platform does it for you. Thank you.
Thank you. So, мы можем двигаться дальше.
So can we move on to other questions? So thank you for your question. Can you describe the digital mortgage in Tinkoff Bank? If the author of this question is here, can you please elaborate on this question? Would you like to know whether EPAM can describe the process of digital mortgage of Tinkoff Bank or what? Tinkoff Bank is not our client, and describe the internal process of the organization that is not served by us is difficult. But if the question is how would you create this digital process, we would be able to answer this, and I guess that we answered this question on the level of functional components. So if the author of this question, please elaborate on that. Maybe you need some additional questions. Who is the author? Yes, I'm the author of this question. I don't see you. I'm here. I'm so far away. So can you please provide some details? In one of the slides, you have shown some mortgage levels of different countries, and in one of the slides, Russia was shown as the completely digitalized country, and we have a problem on the regulatory level that all the brokerage process are done manually, offline, but the Tinkoff is digitalized. That's why we want to know how they did that. Dear colleagues, my name is Badin Schlein. 1, 2, 3. So I work with EPAM for many years, including Russian projects, and I can honestly say that we know little about Tinkoff because they are supported by in-house development, and it is possible to describe from the perspective of CGM, but we cannot provide some details. Why? Because they have in-house developments. As for Russian experience, House RF was the EPAM's client, and it is the creditor of EPAM's, and they also provide some regulatory services too. And we had such a project. If you are interested in some concrete questions on how to organize these questions, we can help you in this regard. As for whether we can create a complete digital process, my answer as a business analyst dealing with psychological behavior is that there are some people who are ready to sign agreements remotely, but there are some people who are not still ready. Even though we provide some technical solutions for these remote processes, we should be ready that main documents will be signed on paper, and they will insist on that. And American systems have these e-closures and these traditional closures too. Another aspect is that mortgage process is closely related to ecosystem and in the existing landscape. For example, in Russia, there is a certain registry that shows the real estate of the client. In Kazakhstan, there will be another landscape. If we talk about process elements, the process includes inquiries for independent valuation, and evaluators work on the same system, and the same system is present in Tinkoff, and it also works for insurance. It includes both the real estate insurance and the borrower's insurance, and the whole process should be related to your conditions and to your peculiarities, because it is related to regulatory requirements. If you need to work out the process, we can closely work on your task, and please ask some questions in detail, but of course we cannot describe the internal process of Tinkoff. Thank you.
Last remark regarding, thank you both, that was very comprehensive. Regarding the slides we showed earlier about various approaches to establishing platforms such as this, where we also showed the Russian system. The slide didn't mean to imply that the mortgage market in Russia was fully digitized and automated. It just showed one approach that is being tried out currently in Russia. I would say it's rather small scale with the you remember the blockchain based approach. It was intended to show that there are very large scale institutional, also technical solutions such as MERS in the US. There are completely offline and manual processes, such as, for example, in Germany. And then there are also novel, maybe more exotic approaches, such as the one in Russia. So your previous experiences with Tinkoff may not have anything to do with, that particular approach.
Thank you, Dr. Philip. Maybe я прошу прощения, может быть, есть еще.
Maybe you have some other questions to ask. So to conclude, conditions are different in different countries, and it depends on the preparedness of the country, the digitalization level of the country, and the legislation of the country. The next question, in which country the EPAM digitalized the mortgage? So who would like to answer the question? Do we have some examples?
So do we have real examples where, okay.
Thank you for translating, I caught it all. So yeah, we've worked with both banking clients as well as regulators and also mortgage brokers in various countries, mostly in Western Europe and North America. So we've worked with banks, helping them establish their loan and securitization infrastructure, as well as with some of the exchanges in helping them build out their trading platforms. So if there's any specific question or some specific functionality, we can look for examples, but I would say we have lots of experience in the more developed markets and have a pretty good understanding of how it works in Western Europe and North America. Basically everything from automotive lending, real estate, structured finance, asset-backed finance, asset-backed securities. These are topics that I feel pretty confident we can have an in-depth discussion about.
Что я еще могу сказать?
Is there anything else we can tell? Maybe there are other questions related to this. Maybe you will want to know some kind of... Yes, please, sure, go ahead. You can ask your question. Good day. I would like to ask about, did you evaluate the level of the digitalization in Kazakhstan? Did you review the digitalization process in the bank systems in Kazakhstan? How would you assess that in comparison with, so to speak, other countries, I guess, with the Western experience, so to speak?
When we developed that vision, we did not do a multi-month in-depth discovery of the Kazakhstan market. Yes, we had a few discovery workshops with a few market participants, but we did not analyze any bank in detail. What I can, however, say from having had these discussions is that I have the feeling that the primary mortgage origination processes here in Kazakhstan are way more mature than in Western economies. You have a lot of digital registries, public sector registries that don't exist as such in Western countries. So especially when it comes to the public sector, I think you have a pretty good head start, which of course also allows you to digitize and automate a lot of the origination, loan and mortgage processes to a much higher degree than they would be in Germany. Just to give you some idea about how long it takes in Germany, when you buy a house, I think the average time between all of the parties, the buyer, the seller, everybody, the bank, everybody agrees that this is a great idea and you want to do the transaction, it usually takes something like 120 days. That's being fast. You have to run to the registry. There's a few guys working there only from 9 to 5, and if they don't want to work with you, they let you wait for 4 weeks, and then you have to run to the notary. Everything is paper-based, everything is manual. It takes forever. An ecosystem of providers is currently forming that is addressing this issue and trying to digitize all of the registries, but you already have everything, or a lot of it, right? So sometimes the transparency and the data quality may not be where you want it to be, but the fact alone that you have all of these systems is, I think, a credit to the maturity of the public administration and the ecosystem in general. So when it comes to mortgage origination, I think you're pretty far along the curve.
Я немножко, может, добавлю как раз к этому вопросу, да, то есть по поводу.
Let me ask about the question regarding. So in fact, we reviewed the fintech, the level of the digitalization in comparison with other countries, and we have been working with a series of countries, and we understand the structure, and Kazakhstan. It's regulatory in terms of the digitalization is advanced, so this is one of the key point of the questions, and there are some challenges for the banking sector which prevents the banking sector to move faster than other European banks. For instance, some European banks is highly regulated by the government. In order to speed up with that, they cannot bypass the regulatory agencies. So to speak, we've got advantages in Kazakhstan, correct. There is the room for the additional thinking. Maybe you have additional questions regarding the readiness of the Kazakhstan, or we will move on to the next question. There is also one more interesting question related. I would like everyone could get involved in this question about advantages and disadvantages of the mortgage ecosystem. Maybe everyone will get involved into this conversation, and we can, for instance, Ruslan, you can start everything, or for instance, start from Alexander, so they can show the advantages of this and disadvantages of this mortgage ecosystem. Dear speakers, I will try to start from the technological point of view. Alexander, can you speak to the microphone, please? Yes. Yes. So, Dr. Philip, you can take the Dr. Philip's microphone also. So, in terms of the technological, so it will provide you the choice. So the choice is very important to the consumer. So when there is a digital channel for them, it simplifies the process for the person who is trying to acquire the mortgage, like we have told before, and if the product is created in an intuitive manner approach, and if we have a good streamlined or the product popularization of this product, and the banks are involved in this case, and they got a sufficient competence in this matter, they will use all the benefits of it, and there will be the competitive market for the loan providers. So that would be reflected on the products, and the bank would try to generate certain type of the products, and will try to attract their clients. So this part simplifies the process. This another part of it. So the second party will get the benefits in a competitive market. For instance, for the consumers, will they save some kind of funds? Yeah, undoubtedly, this entire process in competitive approach will be reflected in their the affordability. Then the banks will provide, can calculate the percentage, I mean the rate of the loan taker or borrower, and they can assess their risks, and they will continue to generate more funding on that.
One last comment regarding the ecosystem pros and cons. I think having specialized providers to support these processes, of course, obviously helps every participant, because it makes your processes easier, and having that marketplace or some additional services, a lot of the business capabilities of being able to do that in the first place is a commodity. Every bank needs it, every market participant needs it. Everybody can either build it by themselves or do the processes manually, then it's going to be a bit more expensive, or you can basically offload all of the work to one industry service provider, and then the whole process is probably more efficient and cheaper. So that's one thing. Regarding the mortgage ecosystem, I think there's one differentiation that we could be making, namely the mortgage origination and what is already happening in Kazakhstan being rather advanced compared with, for example, Western Europe, but where Kazakhstan is lagging behind in that secondary mortgage market, which almost doesn't exist. And that's significantly larger in the US as well as in Europe.
Thank you very much. Maybe being in Kazakhstan, you can notice any kind of benefits that are hidden. Maybe you can add something, or there is other things that we can add. Maybe you have some kind of doubts which prevents to move forward. If you have any questions, please use the microphone. All right then. Thank you. Let's move on. The next question. Did you like the coffee break? Let's vote to this question and make a conclusion on this. So the next questions. I can answer this question. So MERS in the USA. Mikhail, I can't see you. So MERS, so to speak, that's the general information, public information. MERS in USA is for the participants of the banks, and it costs very cheap, so that's the 75 cents per loan. In order to write the loan in the MERS, bank pays 75 cents to use the MERS system, I mean the subscription. And there is an annual membership. I think that it has some kind of range, like a minimum range that which costs nothing. I mean very cheap, but undoubtedly that's accessible only in the US. That's a US system. I think that the question was about that if we are in Kazakhstan and it will generate something similar in Kazakhstan, how much will it cost? I mean, how much will cost the construction of the MERS system in Kazakhstan? So the question is, how much is how much it will cost commerce construction in Kazakhstan. Who knows how much it will cost for us?
And of course, it's dependent on the business capabilities that would need to be there for, let's say, version 1.0 that will determine the costs. I think there's, of course, multiple options of how we could approach that question. One is certainly trying to reach out to existing registries such as this and finding out whether they would be willing to export their platform or open the platform for the Kazakhstan market, number one. Then it's basically a legal and contractual and business discussion about how much they would want for it, or if anything. If we were to actually build something ourselves here for Kazakhstan, I think a large part would be coming up with a viable economic model that makes this possible. As for the actual technical implementation, I think it's a very low two-digit million euro or US dollar number. So it's quite cheap, I'd say. But I mean, that's just, speculation, having seen similar systems, understanding the complexity. It needs to be integrated, so there's additional costs for every bank wanting to participate. Shouldn't be too much because we'll build it with good APIs. But yeah, I'd say something, low two-digit million, I'd feel comfortable with.
I'd say up to 10, something like this. I mean, anywhere the range could be quite large.
А Михаил, давайте по-русски. Доктор Филиппу переведут, а для наших участников еще раз по-русски.
То есть я соглашаюсь, да, где-то.
Okay, I agree with your. The cost will range from 2 to 5 million US dollars or euros. But so the larger the bank, the expensive it will be. No, that would be in a central banking system. So there will be the single system, which will have every bank will pay the fee for the usage of this platform. Maybe there is additional questions. How
everything will be looked like. So, thank you so much. Let's move on to the next question. LLM. There is a theory that OpenAI provides free models, as well as other LLM models. Are there some concerns that open access will be closed in the future? What are other potential limits in the field of LLM? The theory that OpenAI provides free models, what does that mean? Can you clarify, please? Yes, so because these models are not free. These models are free for users, for example, model 3.5, but if we use API, it will not be free. So OpenAI does not provide free models. But the fact that now they provide access, but then they can close the access. What about that? I don't see any reason, actually. So I will ask differently. So now all the LLM models are worked in the way that they collect the information using different resources, like they use adaptation models, different languages. For example, today we were talking about Kazakh language and other languages. And LLM now downloads different data and improves itself. And is there any risk that because of some circumstances these companies will limit the access and will provide access for a very expensive price? So are there any such risks, or maybe there are some other country level problems related to LLM? So nowadays we see different processes and many companies judges OpenAI because they took their documents and these documents were integrated with AI, and these problems I guess will be solved in the way that OpenAI will pay for these documents, for this content, and will be excluded ultimately. But I think that LLM will be growing further and will be even cooler, and I think that current investments throughout the world to AI and all the innovations related to LLM will strengthen the power of LLM, and LLM will be even more convenient to use, and LLM will provide some opportunities which we can't even imagine now. And there is a problem now related to IT processes where volume starts to decrease the price of the service, but there is no such a case in LLM. And volume doesn't help because the burden given to computers is not big. So now it's difficult to understand the situation where the use of LLM will be completely free. Thank you. Thank you so much. Do we have any other questions related to this topic, or should we move on further? We have different questions related to beautiful people here, but it was actually a trial question when we tested whether everything is good or not. Interesting question related possible cases of SMEs, of the use of for SMEs. Who would like to tell about the use cases?
Okay, let me just unhook this from my.
Ответ будет на английском, пожалуйста, наушники, если кому-то надо.
It's a great question that hasn't yet been fully explored, is the simple answer. However, it seems to me that if you bear in mind the retail solution, CBDCs are in question for sure. Why would you use a digital currency with all its complexities and all of the setup requirements just to buy a coffee? Highly unlikely. However, as a corporate play, be it large or small, I think it has more legs and more opportunity. So I think there is definitely a set of use cases for SMEs and CBDCs. That said, we need to explore it properly. It's very early days as to what that really looks like, but I think it's a great question because it's bang on the money for the latest wave of discussion. So I think there's a lot of potential there. And I'd be more than happy to explore it here in Kazakhstan particularly. Had a couple of interesting meetings yesterday and one today that indicated that there's a real appetite for this thing. So I can sense the beginning of an opportunity right there.
Dr. Philip, would you like to add something?
Well, our payment expert is Alistair, so even though I have a perspective, I have nothing to add.
Such a diplomat.
Okay. Может быть, есть...
Maybe there are some additional questions that you need to ask or maybe clarify. Maybe there is a need to talk personally with our speakers to ask some concrete questions. I'd like to suggest that actually our panel session is ended, and we have talked with some representatives of banks, and now you can ask your questions directly. It's warm here, and we can stand here and talk personally, and you can ask your personal questions, okay? So, yeah, okay. So we can be here.
Около этой машины, кстати, хорошо. Тепловая пушка это выручает сегодня нас.
So the networking place is around this red machine. Yes, that's true. It's cold in the hall and it's cold in Astana. That's why we decided to stay here in this room. So I hope that this time will be beneficial for you. If you have some particular concrete questions related to, for example, OpenAI, you can ask Mikhail, or you can ask some questions to Alexander and so on and so forth. About the experience of banks, please ask Dr. Philip. Please do not hesitate to ask your questions. And what will we do? We will think about how to treat you while you're here. So questions. The representative of the real estate company is not here, right? We can call him to ask representative of the real estate company to come, but Rawan is here from the real estate company. Sorry. We wanted to understand how can we explore some stages. So I'd like to understand how can we start this process jointly with you. How can we start all these projects? Yeah, sure. All the colleagues are here and we can meet and discuss all the details today, tomorrow, and we can discuss the whole process if you're interested. Yes, thank you. It's really interesting for me. We can even now sit and discuss. Yes, our colleagues even suggested that. Yes, we can discuss with our experts. Yes, we have time till our break. And please use this time for your benefits. Discuss some questions. So please do that. Rawan, can we talk to you related to your perspective in terms of digital mortgage? What do you think? What is your perspective? Maybe we have some problems related to this digital mortgage implementation in terms of legislation, regulatory bodies. What is the role of regulatory bodies? So how can we promote these digital mortgages? We discuss such questions? In general, we know what is MERS and we tried to explore it and we wanted to implement it in Kazakhstan. And we had a goal to digitalize all these business processes, and we were exploring the experience of MERS in the United States, and we invited EPAM to Kazakhstan to share their experience and implement it in Kazakhstan. That's why here we invited all the bank representatives to understand whether they have the need for that. And if yes, together with EPAM, we are ready to support all the initiatives and implement them. And if necessary, we can meet with all the governors of the banks to implement all the MERS structures. And from our side, we think that we have such a need because we have so many things that are not digitalized and all the reports are on paper. That's why there was an idea to create a registry of all the mortgage loans that will make easy all these trading processes and securitization too. So that's it. Thank you. And I have a question to other participants. From your perspective, what are the problems of implementation of such platforms? We were talking about the service banking services and government services of Kazakhstan, and we were talking with the representative of other banks, and there were some attempts to implement MERS system in Kazakhstan in 2018, 2019, but it was not implemented. But for now, what are the reasons for such delay? Are they related to legislation, maybe to technologies, maybe to regulatory bodies? So why don't we have MERS in Kazakhstan now? Please, can you provide some reasons? Because we were trying to explore, to examine this question, but we need your perspective as the local experts. So we didn't know actually about this system in our bank. But we need to examine, to explore it, to understand the problem. But as I've mentioned earlier, process is not digitalized and everything is on paper, and it was the first reason. And the second reason is that we have some economic related problems. So we need to understand all the conditions that should allow us to digitalize all the processes. Thank you. So if we don't have questions, so what should we do? So let's do the following. We planned to work until 6:30 p.m. And I guess that it would be better to create some discussions, to let you to ask questions face to face to our experts. And during the last 2.5 hours, you will be provided with snacks, coffees. You can discuss with our experts. You may stay here. We may bring all the snacks and drinks. You can talk to Ruslan, to our experts, to Mikhail, to Dr. Philip, to other experts. You may ask some questions. So please try to use these 2.5 hours for productive networking. Ask questions. You may have other questions that can be solved by EPAM, and our experts will help you. What do you think about such?
I think that that could be the there could be the good. We can discuss about not only the digital mortgage but also the banking products that we had before. You can go ahead and ask those questions, or so don't hesitate. Just please meet with us, and so our panel discussion is switched over to the just the personal conversations. If someone wants a coffee or any kind of drinks, please let us know. Thank you everyone for your participation. Thank you. I can hear you. Thank you, sir.
I was going to say, both of them heavily addled by last night's activities.
The ones that were interested.
Oops, let's just switch that off.